Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. Everything points to the dock workers' union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth In fact, even the death of two detectives might not warrant an all-out war. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. But aren't you curious to know?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Yes?
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my...
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just... The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead, too. The manager was vague about it. To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him but you have more important things to worry.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps.
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as they come. I'd trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my. What happened to the water law? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other...
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery. Yes, some left-field scientific research is...
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and...
That's one opinion, yeah.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specializing in animal species that are so exceeding. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too...
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking, we hit it off, and...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating, but I shouldn't bore...
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a...
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble Oh yeah.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the... Hence it's named the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects.
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive, so much so that most, well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Centuries. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to...
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copotype is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials. Done and done.
let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
Yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. I'm a legal counselor for the dock workers. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest, if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't... What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you.
Goddamn right.
If anything, it is the RCM who do. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police?
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. No one is emotional here. Do your job. Ask your questions, then leave. I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? Aggressive?
Just dock.
Listen.
Fuck you.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job. Ask your...
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist rebel. A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
was under the assumption, or it could be that we are just exploring.
Die before I squeal, pig.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and white boots. His skin an old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies. You hear the same waiting room music. But no, whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, alright. Maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God.
Wait, is she?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't...
Is this some kind of joke? The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the...
Ever since I came to work here, it's been as if my mind's been wiped clean. It's so...
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going. A phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. No one replies, but the static grows stronger, like rainfall. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows.
So... it was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. I don't have time to explain it to you right now, maybe sometime later. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together...
That is true.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let... You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here. They know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage. Racial economic sabotage. I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes, I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka.
He eyes you wearily, unsure how to respond.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kip...
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some Kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
If they were getting drunk inside the Whirling in Rags, how could they know who broke into the lorry?
What? Aren't we allowed to say that he's a Kips who do all the stealing around here? That's not road science, man. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be... Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after his tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself had.
Guess so.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She scrunches up her face into an expression.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? Reality? You mean?
She is like a student unexpectedly.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. Yeah, that's why I'm working my arse off in Frit. I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit? As mankind, or as a...
What will her essay prompt be?
In a good place. I mean, science is doing great. I don't know. Look at the clock.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still.
When ordinary people take over the government, and yeah, it happened like our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish. Cool.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. Your... A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings. The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. Large ashtray. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The title reads,
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the nothing. Her smile just keeps widening.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you? Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution, The sidewalks and cafes are filled with the young people. I was, until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you. His head...
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the man behind the black sun, while you, people, were tearing each other apart over...
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole. Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. But then it's contraband, Loman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in?
Bad Hand. Hermenegildos' bad hand strangled 300 people. What can I...
Of course not. To truly understand the Boyadero...
A Boyadero, Boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring Boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from... Don't be stupid. The Boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man, one night.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with them.
So the Boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand. A true Boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let her get back.
So he doesn't think she's...
You hear that, Loman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the Lomonosov's Land, Udashnaya Zemlia, the Transcatolia Magistral. You for 1A. At Estrada, you're right, Loman. I'm the one who should take my health more serious.
A correct appraisal.
Is that all you woke me up to say? What do I need drugs for, Loman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary, not drugs. Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no...
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary. The great unrest.
Then what were you getting at?
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
Why would I want to do that? Loman, what in the name of God are you talking about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza to Grat, Loman? No, Loman, diamonds. Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Loma. Where do you want me to go? This isn't so... Or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it went.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches...
Beats me.
They mumble nonsense about boardroom. Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, but those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you...
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have...
Then what's your deal here?
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drop...
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo. And
a rhymesmith. This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another...
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire. Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
Whoa. What else? Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that?
Or did you learn it in school? More importantly, who can prove if you did? Go with it. You deserve some acclaim.
Fucking A. Seems I got you all wrong. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here, so you don't really get it. I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words. Why does art inspire you so much? Excellent question. Art is a In short, art. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop. Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Drugs? I don't go in for that, unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's very cool. A lot of the coolest detectives do drugs. Sadly, I don't have any drugs on sale. Or at my home, or on my... That's cool. Especially after you already said you're into them. All the coolest detectives in the movies do drugs. And are very conflicted about it. Still, no drugs here. That's even cooler. you investigating that and all. But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an ass. Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream. Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't...
And what crowd is that?
Crowd, you know.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd.
Shush, please. There's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady. All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we...
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the...
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone...
It could be. He's not ruling her out.
All right. I scored.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches after we've solved...
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try...
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my concentration.
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is unbearable.
I hope you pass out from it, you goddamn jelly.
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down yourself and the team. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky. This felt wrong. Wrong like touching.
Mon Dieu! Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw.
Your muscle memory knew what to do and went for it. It felt like you were going for a thrust or a lunge.
What are you talking about? You just executed a threat?
How are you ever going to get the officer's shit off your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his ass? Spring slash on bare feet can make a man feel like a failure. For a reason. Now, do you need something from...
Yes, officer. What do we need from this gentleman?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely. In Martinez, the Union is the law. So can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the reef...
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety. I do. Fire from heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes. The military coordinated amphibious landing. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation. This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out.
Blood Ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but... the enemy of my enemy and all that. Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol...
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances around.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. Damn Frissel. He was a king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers, a true king in both blood and mind, led Revachol.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he...
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the Filth and rode the cavalry. Ah, yes! King Philip the...
Oh, absolutely.
A superpower, feared and respected, decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. Revachol would be a different place if more people realized that.
Don't get started on that again. What happened?
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much.
a cocaine connoisseur of sorts.
Huh? You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the response? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine. For clarity.
Of course. Clarity of vision.
Philippe III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made it.
Higher realms. He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Please, officer, don't encourage him.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate.
Right.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers.
Don't you mean?
You do not speak his name.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The vows are blurred and flesh. Lower intestine? The term is fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Quit stalling, Bruta. Yes, women, men of war. You don't like them. That's what fascism boils down. Stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, that sounds much better. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your for the nation. Smart. Best not to mention the womb. Of course you are.
I have really outdone myself.
Yes, that's what you need.
René. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But no, officers, I'm sorry. And
then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union.
He means caviar.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but this...
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence? Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I told this...
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when...
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath. There he stands, proud.
Let's try not to get caught in a...
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This...
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a...
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He doesn't know anything.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member. I hate this socialist rabble. But
writing work mostly. Oh, nothing official, I assure you.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda.
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself. Officer, I have a vivid imagination.
He just fluffs.
Of course. Don't.
I prefer highly adaptable myself.
Oh, mon Dieu.
No, thank you. For being oh, the goal is to throw you bull. That's the cochonnet. Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of... Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as I could, but I'd rather not. You'll put that knowledge to good use in 20...
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't... Hurry up, then.
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't...
The only one you...
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last aeons ago. Probably when you were still a child.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
All right, this is how we're gonna do it.
Like what, officer? This is as...
An array of delicious recipes flashes through your mind. Salads, salmon, sandwiches, bingo.
Mon Dieu, that is an excellent idea. Ce serait délicieux. Can you make that sandwich, officer? I hope you are not just tricking an old man out of the little he has left. Or god of sandwiches, maybe?
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Wow. The RC. Real big dick cops. Look at them.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys.
He understood what you were doing, taking inventory of them.
Yeah. You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company.
Too late to stop you. You've already got them all, including the old bearded man who's smart enough to smoke instead of talking. As you can see, he doesn't speak a lot, and you almost missed him among the others.
Yeah. What brings you around,
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Like we use in the... Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7.
together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign,
or send them to Reunion to rot for 20 years.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid.
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your answer.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't...
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her heart.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's goddamn
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNE's.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind...
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bet.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls, grab one of ours mid-karaoke.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic, a beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle, doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got...
Didn't they teach you anything?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think?
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened.
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything he says, it's hard to see if he's lying. But he could be. Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way. Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological site. What?
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group response.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Yes?
I've got nothing to say to you.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language.
The cook is still smoking.
Good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity. Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren.
The cook.
Good thing he didn't understand.
The door is closed. Still, nothing the lieutenant gives you. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the as you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange sector, indicating the
Now, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Third officer, what's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service.
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a sec. Sylvie? Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need to take? Anything else I can help you with, officer? 50.
In the cabin, you see a set of...
Make way for the master poet. I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is. I didn't, man. I told you, I was hoping it's not her.
It's true. We would have caught a lie. But a kind heart is tricked by emotional rhetoric. He knew something and he didn't share it with you. That's a fact.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the Lady Driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's a youngish woman.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died. It was violet when she got here. Blue.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go.
We can't just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down...
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her.
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. She's got the darkness in her. That young person...
She shared?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. It's snitching, man. I know what it is. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent...
Did this violent life?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind. The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay?
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows some. Wait, this guy says they're friends. Then, acquaintances. And he's okay with others. Push Tommy and it will break his heart. And his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
Fine. I don't want to be a butcher. And I don't want to be a knight either. I just want to be a person who can sleep at night. A little fame wouldn't hurt too. You're not going to put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because she's on the edge, man. I thought you were a different kind of cop. Here. Laurie's still here, down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday. No, I don't know. She left them to me because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when
the other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I bet you are. Nah, I need to think my own.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to...
The woman is still hunched over.
Huh? What is it? What are you...
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporain, is popped.
This is the one our man pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make it. The door is locked. You push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound. The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. The actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard, and a tool looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here. A hammer, a pair of pliers. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from it. Looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out tool slides back into its nest. The rest is as if you close the rusty...
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce? All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter. particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a...
This means it's well funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financed.
I'm not sure what the Uline frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks. As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade. Yes, well...
Unimportant.
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evra... My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down. We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid... All the same, I don't like the idea of internal... Debrief over.
Looking for something odd?
Oh, look. It's the...
Fuck, does Kuno care? Kuno do...
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a work...
She doesn't really want to be this. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are. What with? My husband? No, he's... I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... No. Why are we still talking about...
It's got to be something else then. Why else would you be asking her if it wasn't?
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not...
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
What? That's just... My daughters are they're almost grown up now anyway. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just... Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you there is no
Okay, it must be asked then. What are you doing here? Why are you pursuing...
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a...
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Even if I had, it wouldn't be missing. Great. Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
Her hands move over. Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down. You step in and close your arms around this foreign body, wandering astray in touch. There's a small movement beneath your hands. As
what is happening?
She seems to be confused. Your hands are wrapped around her polyester coat. The situation is oddly intimate. Your cheek is pressed against her shoulder. Her hand is trapped between your chest.
What?
Less talk, more feeling. Keep your eyes closed. Soak in the closeness. The feeling continues. Warm and comfy on the cold shoreline. You hear so tell me, how does it feel to be close to someone, skin to skin? I wonder how long it has been since you last hugged someone. No, you don't. Nothing. Don't come back here. Oh my God. Why are you calling me? Stop calling me. Are you drunk again? I don't want to see you. I don't want to...
Officer, what are you doing? You had the strangest what? It's okay. We all feel out of sorts at good. Is there anything else I can help you with?
The woman before you nods.
Hello again, sir.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. For the big time, the revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and why, of course. We're talking Duke out Central. Full? No. I would say the apes were neutral. On the other hand, maybe you're right. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, oh, and the anarchists.
She likes the totality of it.
Indeed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes. Lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes. King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. Him and tens of thousands of the liberals got the mineral rights. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining... Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. They didn't win so much as survive.
She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition of nations, Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay. The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky.
Of course. Not easy to be moderate about the turn of the century revolution. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Gra. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about.
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize it. Why? You and I, officer.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie?
No doubt. But we share the same time and a city-state divided into free. The zone of control is the third modernity. They developed the marvels of
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East? No. It was a market mirage fueled by cocaine and quantitative easing. The 40s? Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. Perhaps it wouldn't have... I would have sided with the cannons if 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, good question. What would you have done differently? You and everyone else. But that's got nothing to do with preventing... They are what... Anyway.
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. I am an ultra. An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's... yes. I am the Nethercreep. I can see you thought our kind were all extinct. After all, no sane person...
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and...
A devil, who being of great charm and guile...
That dialect is Obisunt. You recognize it's a quote from somewhere. A play written way back in the Franco-Nigerian century.
Ah, maybe you remember more than you let. I hope we're able to continue as friends. When the dust settled, with due respect to our overlords, the Eternal, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Then for my daughters.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eye.
Perhaps.
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter. Yes, I suppose I am.
Seditious talk, man.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality? A bird? A Svenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Some sort of... Of course you're not, my dear. Ah. Or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. This one used to be 8 to 10, mostly the urban middle class, I believe.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about
reality. What is all of this?
What world?
The camera of her...
Great bodies of water. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century. Elysium. Not in this case, no. That's
The Confederate Republic of Mesk, the world's largest state.
It isn't enough to call us animals. Even animals aren't animals. They're like you and I. It does. There are those who would call it hell. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside. That's looking less and less likely, Detective. You wouldn't know it from...
O-R-G.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three, yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences. Even art. You seem to be spooked. Please don't be. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. I am sorry, dear. It must say, but this is one of the greatest questions of our time. You have misimagined it. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd see. Everyone finds something
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there. The lieutenant observes you both. Silently, he adjusts his glass.
The pail is not.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
The lieutenant glances at you from the corner of his eye. You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step aside.
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen... Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people's clothes are stupid. All right? What?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the...
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the new, a cultural era, it involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said...
For some reason, your mind is a veritable repository of Guillaume Le Million lyrics. Trivia is what you want to do. But should you? He expressly stated you shouldn't hear about it. What if it renders you...
Yes? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the force down. Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely. That would give them a read on the entire court.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official...
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation. Subject...
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands. Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RC.
Then we're on the same page. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail. They were dispatched after I relayed the union.
Every work.
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate, absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenel, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban...
So, what...
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenel contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of these?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. Surely you're joking. These people are killers. My only hope is that yours provides a single, concrete suspect before they indiscriminately pick theirs. So if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to...
The Debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world.
These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. As I said, a bloodbath. Too many things have already gone wrong. Nameless, badgeless, detective of the citizen. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good. As far as private military contractors, they boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions, and...
Meaning they're used to operate.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands. Countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, detective.
It's the expression she objects to.
Yes.
She picked a strange hill to die on. Strike. She's silent.
What is the purpose of this, detective?
Paramilitary death squad is a bit rich. But yes, were it up to me, I would have at least vetted them more thoroughly. I wouldn't go as far as...
It's the expression she objects to.
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little... If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a...
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and...
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to...
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it. That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked...
The lieutenant consults his notebook.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, that's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's...
You meet her soon enough, you feel?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yeah, Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased.
She closes her eyes.
I can't remember.
The lieutenant was testing her, asking a small detail first to see...
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age.
What else?
He was, Occidental, I think. Like, in a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly on. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his... The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg.
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the...
Your concern may be appearances. Ours...
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch...
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid it's a matter of days, not weeks. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute.
It was taken with a Trigat not long ago. This is...
Her mouth is relaxed, the accordion line.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of... I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size look close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways. A sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital. traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel. Revachol. Those are the two constants. Redefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the door.
The old world, Parson.
You said you can't...
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Vredefort? Vredefort has a military academy.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors.
For all the boys looking for an adventure, a blood spatter.
His platoon members? The other contractors, though I do not suggest...
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task.
Do what you have to do, Detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security, but if you should wade into the mob to find out...
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you... A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance.
Madame, I assure you.
There is no reply.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite.
A brush? An artist? The red splatter is urban. The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. The woman on the boat does not...
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first-name basis with her. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural. I haven't really started it yet. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative. We rarely see pigs round here, though. This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional... I thought I'd mix it up. You know, someone... Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official art...
She means the opposite.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Watch your back. Hello again, officers.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn.
Trying to sneak up on me.
There must be another way into the building.
You see a young man on a balcony.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. My name? My name is
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be...
We will remove the body as soon as possible.
Oh. You already asked me that, did...
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you handle.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette.
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moved.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, it's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building,
A stone, like any other. There's a key beneath it.
This must be for the front door. Pity doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and we'll just have to go in.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means. Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class... Yes, and you found him. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't Missindo? There's no need for champagne.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't, and I specifically added that I... Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me? I don't follow. Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands.
Remember, about that what. Never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one. I did, and he is. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
I wouldn't be so sure. Man, just to be completely clear.
Report what? He's just out drinking with his friends. I'm sure...
She sighs, but you can detect...
All right, go ahead. Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. Well, what else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The line... It's his cool jacket. God, I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, because we talked about...
Gone for around 36 hours. She turns away from you in an...
So you are going to look for him. Thank you.
I'm sure he will too.
I will. Of course, officer.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to a book about cockatoos. There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice...
Sir, don't touch that! I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences. It's too... No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtain. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there.
The curtains do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, Dis. Thank you.
Talking is always good. There is something mysterious about the curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if...
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to I already told you, it's just a storage room. Just let it go, officer.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's because this place is cursed. Just like Annette said, they don't call it the doomed commercial area. Are you happy now, officer? Happy? The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy. And there's something wrong with this building. It's not good to talk about the curse, not indeed.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and the wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further. Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet. Blessed by desert pig. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement.
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe. Doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid. Discount my wares? I can. Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. Oh, there are.
Desert doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. Sir, this is a bookstore, not. Besides, this would only. Oh, there are new.
Desert doesn't.
Sir, I am well educated in the My voice is trained too much money, even. Oh, there are.
Desert doesn't.
Sir, I am well educated in. You're right. A bookstore wasn't even my original plan. I actually wanted to sell esoteric paraphernalia to help to balance out this neighborhood's dark energies. My husband suggested otherwise. He said it's less stupid. But being cultured doesn't offer any protection against the curse, does it? Maybe. Most certainly not.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. I'm not sure I can trust your claims. Honestly.
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
How do you...
Here we go.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't... But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last... Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives... Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the... Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite...
Unbelievable darkness. What you discover? Probably just some office space.
Okay, but please, only a few...
The woman before you. Shelves filled to the brim with crime. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. Its beak. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species. And
it's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Slowly, you move your hand toward.
Do we really need to do this?
Shelves full of biographies of famous people. This bookstore is not strictly... You see a set of... You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash.
Oh!
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Simonese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. Only an echo. No one is there. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open.
What is this place? I think you're right. Though it looks like no one's been here in... I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Sounds good.
A barbell lies on the floor. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safe... Why does it feel so familiar? No, it's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber. The squeaky sound's just a memory from another life. When you were young and fit.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No.
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even, who are all those creatures? You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No, one of the welkins, towering among the rest. It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures. Some people really like building a world, I think. Even this looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. Just look at those details.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal, albeit dark and cold. This vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog or morphine. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario, a desperate fight for geothermal." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty...
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. the mesh spreading over the whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. History classes, students with their textbooks open. Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 12 unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled Someone Very Important, the leader of a massive on-air game, a conductor for the hundreds of story threads. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station. There's no way a little basement studio working here.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on
a radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside. We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open. It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling.
This is where the memory should go.
Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nothing happens.
Okay, what do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? Yes, that is the question. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games, only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad.
Not in Revachol.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create... Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff.
Super cool. Someone should...
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard. Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... It's too late for that, I'm afraid. Okay, let's keep...
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. This must be where the entity lives. Advanced. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. It's empty, like a beehive. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest? Could this be its dismembered heart? The static gets louder, slowly filling up.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is... Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? The filament you have inserted into the reader. That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core? Good.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not...
Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder.
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless we...
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you? Fortress accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to. One moment. Fortress accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am...
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian. As for me, well, Now, please tell me if there's a... Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the frame. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney. No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead.
A hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Maybe it's coming from behind those safety curtains we saw upstairs. You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected.
Always has to be the skeptic, this man. To muster all your strength and yell. Your dehydrated, hungover throat can produce a lifetime of smoking and drinking. The chatter from the chimney continues on as before. Then again, maybe it's worth actually...
Maybe you should let your voice rest, officer. Try again later.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin. Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads off into the darkness, and the black one...
Don't rip the red one out. You'll awaken the ghosts.
Two cables are plugged.
Don't rip the red one out.
Something close to you dies.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. Only the red somewhere, a machine hums along with the current. An old call box. East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment. The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it? The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued. A gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates it. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his... The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge. I know. What an unfortunate mark. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be. Two cables, something.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brow. The bear's eyes are still glowing red. Only the red cable is plugged into the breaker box. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. The bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melting. The power has been cut off.
Yes?
As before, an iron safe. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here. Again, your voice becomes a raspy croak mid-sentence. Sire, may we suggest something? Think of the yelling into the furnace. Perhaps it's not such a bad idea. Try it again. Again, your voice becomes, Sire, perhaps it's not. Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize them. Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same slipstream logo. It seems like that's a good question. Reality. A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Something breaks loose in you.
Hello?
You've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs.
After you, officer.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. So what kind of
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this. She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Yes, Amelie is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have the... Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want, take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part. This person means you or no one else. Absolutely no falsehoods are present.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's non-focused. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers?
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind. No need to rush. Take a look around, see if anything inspires you. We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney.
Creative.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow? Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex. You could say so. Both. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts.
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
What, so the curse only affects people with poor work?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointing, but I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can...
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we could see. Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. Yes.
A bit of experimenting every...
You're right. It looks like you haven't let anyone near your hair in a long time. Yes.
A bit of experimenting every now and...
Me neither. I just want it off my face. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? Nothing really.
The lieutenant looks at his note.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're seeing...
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my... Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been...
She's heard of the murder, but...
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is...
It's light here, but dark in the yard.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark. It's an odd profession, making dice for people.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? I'm listening. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and... A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger. And, Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him. I think it would take more than a gym to help. Oh yes, I think it would... Kuno. Oh yes, I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag down...
It's not really full of that. No.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years... It wasn't merely a gym. It didn't.
It's not really...
Eventually, the coalition took away... Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group. And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway, and it's a Sub Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that. As if it's...
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Good luck with that. It's not easy. Oh, turns out. And they never cleaned up the debris either. Yeah, don't. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? Anything else? You mean anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin and moved them. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway, and, naturally, all the most Actually, insects do have brains. Anything else? There used to be a fashion. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it. Then you know how. And, naturally, all the most fashionable. At least it had some spark. Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think the usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all...
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is... I have no idea why those kids and...
They were just the props. Why return them?
They were made... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. Sure, it's illegal, but it's...
They were just the props. Why return them?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into...
That's understandable. Fantasy...
They certainly took their work very seriously. The usual. They ran out of money and could... Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical and...
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough will, and so is producing something extra. Anything else? Fortress, they were an... They certainly took the usual... Well,
She sounds almost mocking when she's...
That's what I... In the end, they just didn't get it done. They did not the...
The dice...
Anything else? Fortress, they were an... They certainly... The usual... Well,
She sounds almost...
Yes, but in the end, they just didn't get it done. Still...
The dice is...
Anything else? Oh boy, the fabled Revo Show ICT. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative...
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could...
Sounds like she really didn't like those. Fritta does the same thing.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, and they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a... Eventually, Ravishell ICT lost the price war to its... Maybe. Because the taxidermist who made the bear, he said that the bear was his vision beast.
Sounds cool.
Megatherium, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. You shouldn't... Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time. Oh boy, the place...
Indeed. What were the other...
Of course not. Eventually, Ravishell ICT lost the price war to its rival. Maybe. He said that the bear was his...
Sounds cool.
It's an... by telling you to do more drugs, more... Do you? Well, anyway, anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Oh boy, the place...
Indeed. What were they?
That was really and by.
Sounds like Fritter does the same thing.
Oh, but they did. And they already had the Of course, eventually, Ravishore Ice City lost the price war to its rival. Class A5. The taxi.
Sounds cool.
Oh, anything else? Oh, the plane.
Indeed. What?
That was written by.
Sound Fritter does the same thing.
Yes, as if they didn't. Of course, eventually, maybe. Because he said it.
Sounds cool.
Oh, anything else? Oh, the plane.
Indeed. What was?
That was really written by.
Sounds like Fritter does the same thing.
It did, and they all. Of course not. Eventually, Ravishore Ice. You did what? Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the berries costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he.
Sounds cool.
Oh, anything else? Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East.
If the Whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the doomed commercial area.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure. My advice, don't base your business on a fad.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
It can't be true. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was played. Oh, right. But Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100...
No, it was too real to be just a prank. Either we're dealing with a professional...
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them. Are you sure it was Slipstream as Tricent? It used to...
No, it was too real to be just a prank. Either...
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're... Are you sure? Oh, right. Tricent... It used...
No, it was too real.
Oh, the kids these days. Why would Slipstream SEA have 100-year-old recording as their... I'm still...
My money is on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially...
Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
You feel...
Excuse me, what are you doing?
Officer!
Undressing in a stranger's place of business? Yes.
Miss, I apologize for my colleague's behavior.
That doesn't really excuse it, does it?
Oh, it's you again. Are you...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The speaker...
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production ship? Good. Please repeat the password. I am contractually...
I'm afraid we are not doing that.
Now, can you please... Received. I will...
Don't worry. Password...
Fortress accident. Is there anything else? Thank...
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. This old fireplace is covered. The whole thing resembles... Your flashlight, some of the writing has faded with a... This mini-me stands for a mini-me. Your eyes glide up the hand. These lie translucent. Who are... You should adopt one of the Welkins.
towering among the rest. Your eyes glide up the photo entire. You see, albeit a pinned postcard read, the handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still.
Yes?
Right to work! Right to work! Sure!
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? The little boy had it good on his to get me into trouble. To sick the pig.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere and the cops in his pocket. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. It's a minor nuisance. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library.
How does it come up?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last time. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armored too. The one the bullet hits. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
I am not the first line of defense.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is...
Fine. They have recently fallen, and find out for yourself.
Interesting.
And... Look, babe. The rich man has humiliated and emasculated this couple.
Rich man really fucked him up.
His rage is already played out on the stage of history as the grotesque tragedy of an impotent class warrior. I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad, like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you. Very well. You may enter the door once.
Finally. Let's go.
The unpromising race pupil returns. On second glance, someone has forgotten.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Couron. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. Look how blurry all the hermeneutics was almost within your grasp. But now, only vague letters float before your eyes. Less meaningful.
Is that what you're doing with those folders over there? Good. This is probably not...
The drawers. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. Calling. Still.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. Sir, I don't know. It's a video. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone.
The call is terminated. The tarpaulin cloak is still hanging on the railing. The white rectangle. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like... This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather. The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of the drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. Oh boy, where to start? Maybe this was a bad idea. You stand and exit the booth.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform.
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure.
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone parted. Well, they went through 6 bottles.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. Yes.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. Marche. On. Arrête. Off. The crane stands tall, proud, erect, and still. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly quiet thunk, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that it's moving this container of...
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was...
Before you stands a cargo container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? There are 1 million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? There may very well be, but we are not here to look for that. We are not here to interact with containers.
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions. With some puzzlement, no reply.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red.
The lyrics to this container song, the accent is so thick, it's impossible not to...
Container, container, you... Everard, he looks... I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and just some of the other guys don't look too... Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us to... People say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind... It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Miss Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No... Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha!
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everett is in his office, where he always is. And but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this...
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but...
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those douce sucre candy bars my missus... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always... Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was...
He respects that word.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she...
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer? A.K.A. the gardener.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real...
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing.
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office. Bye-bye now.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up with great effort. He straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners. It pains me. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria man. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it and...
His slug-like lips move. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two... When he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you?
Mr. Dubois.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was...
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview, but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calm...
Yes, that sounds good.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish...
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just... Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his... Harry! I have little people in my organization. Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make... Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she...
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew. Or a hare...
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything... If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss. Of course, Harry. Let me just assure... I have no interest in what she is doing. But I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gum.
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any...
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to...
He's hiding his real...
Thank you for your understanding.
You too, Lieutenant. You know...
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you. You've got some spirit.
Actually, Revachol doesn't have a man. He refuses to discuss it further. It's probably...
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Of course, Harry. Of course. No one's gonna know what you did with race anyway. I assure you. Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a
I think the odds of that.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources...
Words flow like a river of... I guess word has already...
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind?
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
It's Harry. Harry Dubois. And I can work with you, Harry. Now, it's Harry. No, I'm really... And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you? But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. That's why I like you, Harry. Family? Harry, well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those census...
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau. Like I said...
That means he doesn't really pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
You might have noticed there's one hanging...
Oh my! Don't take this question...
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union heads. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate value. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you. Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you. Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, Grandma, your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you...
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage. Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Harry! I was only trying to be tactful. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you, we are working on locating the missing sidearm as well.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is...
Smooth talking? Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly. You're back before the cargo container. You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems... Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can...
The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the drawer
The unpromising race pupil returns. So it was. My unpromising race pupil entered the harbor and used my superior...
You're so nuts.
Visible. But, while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it on ourselves. I can live with the...
Listen to your little friend, babe. See that they stay here the whole time.
The woman's gaze follows.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Cool. I like men with guns.
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking something.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everott's lapdogs! Is this where it's at now?
Spoken by a mercenary, pretending to be a worker.
man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with Ray's victory, and what you had to do was to...
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye. Like men of the mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were... Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union...
He's not lying about not doing it.
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best... A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. I knew this man was a commie. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags.
Okay, but where did you get the...
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in, this jiving and joke. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know who he is and what they're fighting for.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. We're negotiating our Aye. This stuff, they already covered. Never grateful. All of it.
This seditious talk sounds like communism.
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Even a weak child can think it. The only thing's... I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos, but my own code serves me well. If my code... See, I'm primarily a lazy...
No doubt he's communist. He likely believes that when someone has radical idea, it might come in handy to present ideas as a part of reality.
Just the way the world works, boyadero. I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief.
By that, you mean corrupt?
By heavens, why would he... The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. He is reasonably lavish, sure. Besides, there are no
This man has political theory.
Sure. I've had the necessary free time.
The man sits on the railing.
Right to work! Right to work! Shade!
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like...
It just has to be said. That was not a convincing line.
Fucking fuck.
I'm going to interpret that as a yes. There's a
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. Somewhere above, in the buildings. The other merc. Don't push this, he's thinking. This is not the time.
Fucking loincloth.
Loincloth? Now you see, that's not really what a scab would say. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
Actually, I think we should maybe even get going now.
He clearly does not think poking the hornet's nest is a wise... The tear machine your bottles clunk.
Oh, look.
You missed a good show before.
He fucked the tree up! Fucked it good! It was porno! Watch out, Kuno!
Kuno knows which kid Kuno meant. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit.
Trying to crawl out.
Yeah? The fuck did you want anyway? You got your... So? Yeah, so? Kuno... Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on. You got fucked after this shit. You...
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno... Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno...
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on...
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready for a field autopsy. Yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2. Initial examination of the victim. 3. Field autopsy. 4. Transportation of the body to the morgue.
The RCM's 4-phase murder scene.
The fuck are they on?
Cop's gonna cut his shit up.
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle an honor and a burden attached to you. You are. Your station...
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Muindi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But you must have me confused with the Copperpedia. You, sir, you are the Copperpedia.
Fine. It's a 3-part form to be filled out on the scene by the detectives responsible. One takes note, the other dictates. The goal is to establish cause of death. A scalpel is not always required. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I mean when I need you to. Until then, I should handle physical contact, and you should take notes. Yes, you see, the field autopsy form is the one on red copier paper.
The rotting man. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back late.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there.
KK57.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date, 0803, and time of arrival, 0815. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
And what would that make the alpha?
HDB 41, 1111. It's 1015. It's understated.
Good. Let's go with that. We've heard the nom de guerre. Lely. It's better than nothing. Write it down. What's next? NA. Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. He nods.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant...
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the...
HDB 41. 0803.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
A silent nod.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer what.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes.
The disappointment is palpable.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is...
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire. If you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to, you have deserved them more than anyone else.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous tattoo, resembling... The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files, as the deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. Lividity is consistent with hanging.
Fucking low velocity! You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max! Talking shit about...
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from his nose.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below.
See, my...
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. Snap! The knot is slashed.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced. Chest is intact. Normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact.
No!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward collection of blood.
Back is symmetrical and intact. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades. Dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
We have a real museum here. Last item. Hands.
His flesh is
Pleased to meet you. Where are you from and what's your name? I'm only fucking with you. I know where you're Nothing does. We should do this more often. Be close like this, I mean.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from stroke. I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have any?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too.
I think that may well be the moral of every story. Good. Musculoskeletal.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand.
Yes!
The hyoid bone is fractured. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has
no scream, no sigh of relief. It's hard. Once more, you taste stump. Inside, you see darkness. Just a...
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. Na. Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gallbladder, and nothing in...
Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology, unless you have untapped...
Reservoirs? No, but do they take obscure trivia and odd tidbits?
No. Like a toxicology script. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator
At maximum...
has confessed to causing it.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man.
Right. Next, a dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible.
Why do you say that? Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal? Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. But you are right, I was ready to call this. Now I think we should leave it empty. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the... We also requested a toxicological screening. That was thorough. The results should arrive in a... We were thorough with the list of injuries too. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something. You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso, the genitals in his breeches.
Can't get it.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. If you want for this task to slowly become impossible, then yes. Otherwise, no. Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building? Now, detective, I've rarely been disappointed by the size of a giant ice bear fridge. But I think we should still take a look at it first. Make sure it's... Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased will become harder to find.
Both cables are unplugged from somewhere in the... The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the...
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capable.
But the optics on this are awful, he thinks. Your visual confirms. You could...
Shall we go and get the body then?
The body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get down to the bed. Then 10 more to stuff it into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step.
Beautiful. A dead body in an ice bear fridge. This is some of the best police work I've ever...
You have created an ice bear sarcophagus.
Talk of the ice bear sarcophagus must not leave this room. Did we though? At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. I like it a lot, bruv. Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo. In the gift horse's mouth. Just a small gulp away. Might come back later, Kobo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori.
You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold, light blue and silvery in the light of the fridge.
It'll come to you sooner or later. At least he's safe here until then. Yes?
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
You must be kidding, right? Yeah, good one, officer. But this establishment only takes cash.
Friet, near the gates, they'll exchange it.
Then why are you wasting...
Is this about the questions again? Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else?
No, you don't.
Can I help? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember...
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I've got nothing to say to you. I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries.
You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
You are not here to chat up the legal...
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here. A man like Easy Leo could have said anything. Do not be restrained, sire.
I represent the Union and these men here.
A very minor victory.
I said...
You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
You are not...
You set the pace. A man like Easy Leo could have...
I represent the Union and...
A very minor victory.
Like I already told you, I said...
You caught her off guard. Push her some...
No. Talk to... I said...
You caught her off guard.
You are not...
You set the... A man like Easy Leo could have said anything.
I am a legal counsel.
A very minor...
I said...
You caught her off guard.
You are not here...
You set the... A man like Easy Leo could...
He said no such thing. This isn't about me.
Calm down, everyone.
Dirty tactics, officer.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Again.
Good one.
About fucking time. Yeah. By friends. You mean...
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are...
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
We're not thieves. We're...
Easy, E. He's trying to phase you. So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army and the Madre scum.
Yeah.
These people are trained military professionals. Special forces, as you said.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know more about them than you think. We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zilagars. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home. I guess we're gonna see.
That was an unsure phrasing.
Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit. We got weapons of our...
That thing has 7 barrels, 1 trigger. You do the math.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum. What do you mean, okay? No, they won't. Get out of here with your...
All he means is that the situation...
No wonder you cops get shot to shit every day. Can't go to war with an attitude like that.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is... You're probably right. The others are only there for filler. To make the gun thing pop.
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. This is a great idea.
What in the name of...
I don't want to give you my...
The fuck is happening, Tide?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
There is no...
Detective, we don't have to demonstrate anything. Let's just get back to the questions. Police job? Be careful, it's loaded.
Good. Now put it in your mouth. Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Fuck me? I understand this is by no means...
Nothing you can say. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. It's because the Furrows lost that match, said.
I've got nothing to say to you. I said...
You caught her off guard.
You are not...
You said a man like easily...
He said no such thing.
Calm down, everyone.
Dirty tactics, officer.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? You must be kidding, right? But this is...
Frita, near the gates.
Then why are you wasting money?
Is this about, wow. Anything else I can...
No, you don't work for the Union. The Union...
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Now, what do you...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans it. If you can call it living. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right? What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She leaves an old lady to her business.
She mumbles some kind of a response. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the walking stops abrupt. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not...
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get it.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason. A poor communard.
Do you...
Let's go.
It's That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted... The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade. Even today, half a cent to symbolize the toppling of the old. Also, some social democrats. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown because white is the color. Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up.
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people.
Nothing you can say. Cop gives up the...
Is this, anything else?
No, you...
And I helped got the 20. Good. You got the room for the night, but remember...
Oh, hello, dear. There...
The trash containers. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Because you see it, finally. This wall is sublime. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration. Oh, Wall Father. Huh? He sounds Silly the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
Sure, if you must.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. I saw a... If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I don't even know why I told you what I just told you. I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss.
What for? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck. In life and in everything.
Trying to sneak up on me.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have... The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. You knock silently. The upholstery...
I guess no one is in. Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for. But apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation. If the Merc Tribunal happens before we solve this, we are looking at casualties. What's one unlocked door compared to that? On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrart we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it. Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
I don't know. You're a pretty good liar. Are you as good an infiltrator as you are a liar? You try to be as silent as you can. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. There might be important information in... A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious... A little ring. Though cheerful, the image... There's something disdainful in the way the curves and lines of the bodies were... It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity. But underneath, he's just making fun of these people. You ain't gonna change someone's mind. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot...
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues, perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here. This is the flag of Revachol. This isn't just one sun, but it's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather.
Mm-hmm. The tenant isn't...
By old-fashioned, he means very right-wing. The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric. Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy up, the tenement acted as a defensive wall at the waves of the Martinez Inlet. What didn't? Those are only 3 stories stand where 9. A fleet. They massed it. Many are still the coalition warship, Archer, can shoot.
The coalition. But that was a long time.
Oh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. Yeah, I can see that.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire? Oh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. Does anyone in a city? Yes. I keep hoping it doesn't.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
That isn't just a five-pointed star. The star and even today, half a century to also some social, because white is the color of gone. Gone is the glory. You are the big communist. The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives you a quick. The door is.
Yes? Yes?
The fan stands still. The lights. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the... Things were good. It was smooth sailing. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume la Million. If it doesn't rhyme, out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open air, Boîte de Nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features... Sometimes you like to add finger pistol. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different... You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trip. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face. The door. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. Still not happening. The bear's eyes are still glowing. The body is reluctant to let go of the boots. Whatever you're planning to do, you need to do it before you catch pneumonia. And it's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more of the putrid polymer sock, but it feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot. But he's too heavy to move by yourself. This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off, with nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces of skin and rotting flesh. Not good. Let's pin this on the bear. The ice bear tore up his legs with its claws. As for the boots, you can't possibly do anything with them. Yes, these absolutely need to be washed before. The stink is Didn't the Whirling have a kitchen? A friend.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back.
These boots will hopefully soon you'll know more. The size seems about right. Once you get the foul-smelling flesh gunk out, you've seen too much to be that naive. This industrial gas-powered stove has been used. Getting the corpse residue out of these boots is going to require patience, and also a huge pot full of boiling water, soap, and white vinegar. A commercial pot draws your attention. There is a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There is also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next. It's bad with those boots. Don't be stingy now. The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar. The strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. The water slowly comes to a strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are beginning to look. That's it, chef. The boots are as clean as they're going to get. Steam, dense with the smell of strange meat, disappears in a pair of real beauties. The boots are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect. You see a heavy... You look down at the white ceramic sabatons hugging your arches and calves, surprised at how well they fit. The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine with a full suit of this stuff. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See, for the day you have to fight someone. The bed is still cold from the broken window. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as...
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming. You're not It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a...
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounded by this suffering. It must have some kind of meaning. A story that will come out of it. Perhaps even a story that you will write yourself.
There's no dignity here. Only reflect. You're just stuck here. In the half-world.
Oh, baby boy.
Maybe if you know, like, maybe if you cracked the damn thing, then you'd feel, maybe if you weren't so hard.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming?
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go.
Put on your prettiest